Okay, guys, I'm here. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Hello, girl. Hi, Mitchell. Welcome. Let me just switch this over here. There we go. Okay. Oh, I don't need the break sign up. We're not on a break right now. We're just getting started. Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's chill stream where hopefully, things will progress smoothly with no explosions. How's everyone doing? You guys have a good weekend? Hello, Daddy Alloy. Welcome. Let's see. Yeah, Kuro's here, Michelle's here, Daddy Alloy's here. How's everyone doing in chat today? Let me bring up my display capture. I haven't gone started with today's work yet, but it shouldn't be too difficult. I think today's work. I wanted to work on some upgrades for my avatars, but at the same time I felt like I wanted to stream, so I decided, you know what? Why not do both? So that's what we're doing right now. I'm doing some avatar work and help you guys have an amazing Sunday night. Nice relaxing Sunday night. I work on this. Material combiner has been updated. Okay, that's strange. I thought it was updated already. And it's telling me to update it again. Hi, Thermi. Gay. What? Who is gay? Me? Imagine being gay. I'm not gay. No gay here. How you doing, Thermi? Welcome. Oh, where was my... This one. This was the last save I did on my avatar. We're gonna have to do some stuff. Don't worry, this is totally fine. This is a male avatar, so exposed nips is okay. And this is we're working on models. I'm gay for you. What? What? Me? Gay for you? What are you talking about? What? What was this about? Who's gay for who now? Huh? Are you going to be like all those 4chan Spider-Man comics? Or did I save those comics? I'm gay for you. Spider-Man. What? Please tell me that these comics have been preserved. Wait, no. Shit, I can't find all 4chan edits anymore. Damn. I really wish I could show you guys what I'm talking about, so you guys don't think I'm going crazy. There used to be 4chan edits of old Spider-Man comics where Spider-Man had to fight off Mysterio because Mysterio was like, Spider-Man, I'm gay for you. And then Spider-Man had to go and try to beat the Punisher for being an, I can't say the word, a cigarette. this is not me going crazy, guys. These are real 4chan comic edits I read a long time ago. Just woke up because I turn around sleep mode. Yeah, but oh, okay. Oh, well, whichever you decide to do, I appreciate you being here. Okay, so today we're gonna be doing two things today. First thing we're gonna do is we're going to fix this because this sweater over here has a problem. Let's see. Yeah, that happens. That is not good. We need to try to prevent that from happening. So, the problem is the top side. It doesn't... how can I fix this, I wonder? Crazy, that was crazy ones. Where the hell did that copy pasta come from? Actually, I've never actually seen where the copy pasta was from. It's annoying. If the problem is that if the problem is that it's maybe we can try to just clear the weight painting. Hang on. First things first. We're going to rename this as 4.1 sweater. The sleeve is covered in pixel arts. Yeah, this is the original texture of the sweater, but I got rid of it because I couldn't get the pixel hearts to look right. So in the end I was like, you know what, fuck the pixel hearts, I just got rid of it all. They're just there to help me visualize the sweater for now. But you know, as I was saying, we need to try to see about fixing this. There are two ways I could potentially fix this, but first things first, let's see what we're dealing with in terms of weight painting. Okay, what is the weight painting on this side? The same. Clearing the weight painting could introduce more problems. If looking at how this is weight painted, an easier solution might just be to... I'm gonna try a slightly different solution. Let's get back into object mode, and instead we're gonna try something. Chat. I'm going to try to see if moving the bones is enough to fix the issue. We are going to move the bones up slightly so that it's more in line with the wrist. When the bones are more in line with the wrist, they'll prevent it from acting so weird. Right. Hi, Simchan. Welcome. Welcome. How's it going? Hope you had a good weekend. Also, tell me if you want to know why my avatar takes so long. Or avatar work never ends. This is why. It's still causing a problem, but maybe less problem now. If I rotate it like so. Okay, if it rotates this way, then that's not so bad. If it rotates that way. Damn. If I were to lift this hand up, you can see a problem, actually. Like this hand actually would be easier, but you can see all the clipping going on. I'm trying to fix that. I have another idea. Let's try something else. Let's try something else. Okay, the reason why the bone is acting as weird as it does is because it's positioned so far away from the wrist. Let's try to move it closer to the wrist. Actually, wait, no. We're not going to move the entire thing. We're only going to move the head closer to the wrist. Exactly. I'm gonna move it exactly 3 centimeters closer to the wrist. Let's see what happens. Oh, this already looks so much better. Oh yeah, this looks so much better. If it bends down this way, of course you expose my fingers at the end, but this will never happen because I introduce bend limits to the bone. So, oh, this makes it look so much better already. Yeah, there's no more clipping. I think we've done it, chat. I think we've done it. Also, Tammy, this is partially why I'm always like, must do this myself, because I'm gonna, if I need whoever is trying to make avatars for me have to deal with all my annoying requests. I think I'd much rather just do this myself. Excuse me, can I please select the head? Okay, hang on a second. Fuck off. Hide. Hide. Okay, finally. Now I move the head like so. And remove it exactly 3 centimeters closer to the wrist. Right, now unhide everything. There we go. And now let's test this hand. I'm always making like all of these iterative changes to my avatars and models and stuff. Yeah, I'll probably drive the model maker up the wall. I make a change, test it out, notice some problems, and then be like, need to fix this, which is exactly what I'm doing now. Right, I think that's good. First order of business then. That was really fast actually. Okay, second order of business, which is the slower thing we have to do. Let's see here. I'm about to do something that will make this avatar a lot less optimized. But it's going to go only into the unoptimized version of the avatar. Let's see, did I save the hair? Happy hair. Vienna. Head. Hair. Vienna head, hair, no ears. I don't... Yeah, I didn't save the hair. Okay, so I need to import something. Give me a second, guys. Open this in a new window. I need packages. White cat. Hair. Hair parts. Was it the wavy hair? Yes, it was the wavy hair. Okay. Okay. And now... this is saved, right? Yes, it is. Right. Now we are going to import a new hairstyle. Here we are. Guys, remember this all hair? We're gonna be adding this all hair onto this avatar as a toggle. Okay, I need to do some stuff to prepare. First things first, we hide this. We're not going to do anything with that for now. But now we need to come in here and I need to do something with meshes. Oh wow. All of the hair mesh is already selected from the last time I was working on this. That's actually good. Let me see, was there anything I selected that I did not have to select? The easiest way for me to figure this out is to separate the selection. There we go. And now we exit edit mode. Like that. Okay, everything is good now. I need to rename this to a new mesh. It's gonna be a mesh on its own. I know that VR chat considers what I'm doing to be very inefficient and optimized, but technically this is more optimized than the alternative. Oh, Queen Pie chat, cheers. And I have it on good. Sorry about that. I have it on good authority that what I'm doing is more optimized than the alternative. Right, so now we have that separated as hair mesh. Let me see here. Still got a whole bunch of materials. So I'm going to separate this is into its own material, which naturally separated it into itself because there's no other materials in it. Okay, now let's see here. Okay, that's fine. And you check the body. How's the body's blend shapes? Okay, the body shape keys are still good. Now we're gonna hide this. We don't need this anymore for now. Now we're going to go into this. Oh, I also need to hide this because we're not gonna mess with that for a while. I need to mess with this. We need to create root bones for this. What naming convention do I want to use? I think I'm going to just add the number 2. Yeah, we're gonna add a number 2 here. Alright, let's make a single bone. Bring it up. Scale it down. Bring it forward a little. Scale it down a little more. Very good. Right, now we need to name this to bone 2. Hair underscore short 2 root. Let's see here. Parent for this will be head. Okay. Now we need to figure out which one of these hairs are actually short. Let's see here. Looking at it. I think hang on a second. Let me go into pose mode for this. Is this considered long or short? That's short. And then what controls this over here? Is it this hair bone? Yes, that hair bone controls that. Okay, so that's long. How about here? What controls this? That'll be short. That is long. That is definitely long. Okay. Okay, we figured out which ones are the short hair. So that one is long. That one is long. That is long. That is short. So we're going to parent this to the short root. That is short as well. Parent to that. That is short. Parent to the root. That is the ahoge. Not to be confused with ahegao. It's ahoge. Hello Corinne, welcome. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. How's your weekend been? That is short. Welcome to Chill Avatar Workstream. Wait a second, I forgot to do something important. Okay. Sorry about that. I forgot to do something important just now, but it's all fixed. I'm currently working on a model upgrade. If anyone wants to learn some basics about how to work on VRChat models or 3D VTuber models, you might learn a thing or two on my stream. I also don't mind answering questions over what the hell I'm doing. We scale this down. Move it further up a bit. There we go. Okay, so this new bone we just created is gonna be hair underscore long to underscore root. We're gonna parent this to their head. There we go. Alright, now we just need to parent all of the remaining hair bones to the new root we just created. This will make organization a lot easier when it comes time to mess with bones and physics and stuff like that. Whoops. Right. Let me look at the bone to make sure that everything is parented to it properly. Looks good. Looks very good. Okay, that's done. Now I need to rename this mesh to hair 2. And now we will mess with the sizing of this. The positioning, the sizing, all that stuff. Gonna mess with it. Is this too high or too low? An easy way to see if things are too high or too low is to compare it to your other hairstyle. Also, compare it with sample pictures. I think that's a bit better. But here's a question, chat. Is the hair too low down the front? No, the hair needs... When your fringe goes over the eye, it needs to clear the eye. If your fringe doesn't clear the eye, then you're gonna stab yourself in the eye with your hair. And it's very uncomfortable. I have long hair too, and can't tell you how annoying it is to stab myself in the eye all the time with my damn fringe. Okay, we have a slight problem here with this hair merging into the bone. That doesn't look good. Let's try to see if we can fix it. Let's see, does any of the bones control this hair? A little bit down here, but it's too low to control it, so what we're gonna do is we're going to do this the easy way. We are going to just grab these two strands of hair. We only got two strands, right? Nope, we accidentally grabbed another one. Hang on. Wait, that is linked to the other one? The hair on the other side? Really? Really? Hang on a second. Oh, that is so weird. What the hell? That should not be linked. Eh? Huh. That is less than ideal. How are they linked? Are they actually? They are linked. They've been merged here, these vertexes. Oh, that's not good. That messes with my... Actually, wait, maybe it won't be a problem. Well, we'll try to proceed first. We're going to select this other hair, and we're going to separate the selection. Also, before I continue, we're going to save, and then we're going to be hair. I'm gonna save a new step of this modeling work. Okay, now we need to grab this, and we're just gonna sculpt it. I'm a little bit worried that the sculpting is going to affect the hair on the other side, so I'm gonna keep an eye on it by doing this. Okay, now we're gonna sculpt this strands of hair so that it goes over. Wait, hang on. I accidentally forgot to turn off mirroring. Turn off mirroring, please, thank you. Right, now we're gonna sculpt this so that it goes over the horn. Very simple process. There we go. I think that's okay, maybe. And doesn't look right. It doesn't look right, hang on. Probably better if I did it like this. There we go. That's better. Let's increase the radius of this a little bit so that it uses less odd warping. very gentle pulling. Come on. Come on. How does this look? Looks a bit off, so let's pull it down this way a little. Yeah, better. Yeah, I think. Actually, wait, no. No, it looks better like so. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That works. That works. Now, to deal with another problem. The hair down the back. The hair down the back is too long for my liking. I prefer it to be shorter, so we're gonna deal with that. And the easiest way to do this is to cheat. We're going to select all of the bones of the hair at the back, like so. Once we selected these bones, we're gonna scale it on the z-axis. There we go. Don't want to make it too short because otherwise it'll look really weird. So I'm just gonna scale it down just a little bit. There we go. Better. Previously it looked like this. Now it's like this. Yeah, I much prefer this. Slightly shorter hair down the back. Because when it's this long, you can't see the back, you know. When you have your back to people, people can't appreciate your back and the way, you know, your body curves into your ass. Well, if you shit, I accidentally cleared it, but it's fine. It's fine. Like so. Oops. Let me do it again. Accidentally cleared it. There we go. But when your hair is shorter, people behind you can be like, you know, look at these really nice curves. That's why it's important, chat. It's important to not have hair that's too long, because otherwise people can't appreciate those curves at the small of your back. That's really important, chat, for driving people wild. Okay, we're gonna apply this as rest pose. We're also going to join meshes back together, and we're gonna get rid of this basis because we don't need that shape key anymore. And I think that's good. Yeah. I see. Your hair is best so you can show off your ass and curves. Yes, it's important. Quite a few dancers also have short hair, so that you can really appreciate the back. Although I understand that with this particular hair, unfortunately, it covers the back a little bit. But oh well, you know, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Besides, I do have this hair for more back appreciation. I just need to make sure that this other hair isn't so long that you can't see the back at all. Make sure you take notes, chat. Okay, one last check. Do I see any problems? I don't think I do. I'm gonna save our progress. Yeah, everything looks good. Okay, now that that's done, we need to merge the armatures together. We've been working on 2 separate armatures. Now we're going to merge them together. Wait, before I do that, hang on, I just realized something. I should put the number here, just so that it's more obvious at a glance later when I'm working with the bones. There we go. Let's see. Okay. One last save, and now we merge and pray that my blender doesn't crash. Are you crashing? Blender? My blender didn't crash. Okay. For anyone wondering why, my blender has been crashing a lot recently. Whenever I do that much, I just realized this goes through the air. That's not good. This is really obvious. Or do I not care? Do I not care about this, chat? You know what? I don't care about this. This is going to be black hair into black hair fur ear anyway, so I don't care. I don't care. I don't fucking care. Alright, now next thing we need to do, we need to fix the UV maps on this, because this hair's UV maps are broken. Let me check something first. Let me check the UV editing of this. YouTube? YouTube? Are you okay, YouTube? Okay. Don't know what that was about, but I have to see how this UV map is set up. Set up like so. Okay. Okay. Technically, I'm doing the UV mapping in reverse, chat, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine to learn how to do things in reverse. Works on the long run. Teehee. Oh, we need to do UV editing. You see this? This is bad. We need to fix this. Alright. This is going to require a significant amount of eyeballing, because I'm too lazy to calculate the exact values of this, so yeah, I'm just gonna eyeball it. Nah, that expanded it too far. To increase by the tiniest amount. I'm doing this very slowly, chat. Oh God! Hello, Mark. Welcome. How's it going? Welcome. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, yes? It's fine. It's louder for me. It was a lot louder for me. Okay, have I eyeballed it properly? I think so. Welcome to Avatar modeling stream. Yeah, I think I got it. I think I got it, right? Oh. What was that? Oh, did someone just subscribe? Hang on, what? Wait, did someone just... No, wait. What? Hang on, what was that? Oh, you followed the channel. Okay. Wait, no. Wait. Huh? What was... Oh, I know why. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Let me fix this. That wasn't supposed to. Hang on a second. Hang on. I'm getting double notice. Hang on, let me fix this. Okay, this is annoying. The fact that I have to log off and log back in is really annoying. Okay. Okay. Can I turn off alerts for this at all? Doesn't seem. Wait, how can I? Why can't I turn off alerts? Oh god. Oh no, wait, no, hang on. Oh, that's so loud. Oh, hang on. No, stop. Sorry about that. That wasn't supposed to happen. Fuck. Okay, what if I... No, wait, shit, I can't set the alert to 0 seconds. Oh, this is annoying. Oh, okay, there we go. I can turn off the alerts like so. There we go. Sorry for all the noises, chat. Okay, now that that problem is resolved, where was I? Right, welcome to Avatar Work stream. Wow, this got really close, huh? I should probably try to do the same. Scale it a little bit more. Is that good on the other side? Yes, it is. That's good over there. Now how about up here? It's gone outside a little bit, so we need to scale it on the x-axis. No, not the x. The y-axis. Down just a tiny bit. And we'll move this down a little. There we go. Okay, that's good. Now we just need to scale it on the x-axis a little more. So let's scale it on the x-axis. There we go. Move it along the x-axis a little bit. Like so. Scale it along a little bit more. I think that's good. Yeah, I think that's good. Alright. Let's get chat. Now let me go back here. Switch this to that, and it should look perfect. Yeah. Oh yeah, it looks perfect. Maybe? Wait, hang on, what is that? What am I seeing? What am I seeing over there? What's that? What is that? It's the horn. The horn is sticking out of my hair. Okay, hang on, we have to fix that. Wait, no, it's not the horn, it's my head. Oh. Shit. Shit, that's a problem. There is a problem. I need to think of how. Okay, I can fix this. I can fix this. Hang on. First we grab the mesh and we move it up along the Z axis just a tiny bit. Shit. I have a slight problem here. Shit. This isn't good. Shit. What if I... Okay, what if I scale along the x-axis just a tiny bit? I am getting a fair bit of hair clipping into my head, aren't I? Yeah, I am. I'm trying to figure out how to fix this problem. Fuck. Fuck. Can't move it forward unless no, that doesn't fix the problem. Moving up doesn't fix the problem. I have to scale it on the x-axis. That's gonna introduce some problems, but it's fine. I'll fix that the problem next. How's this look? I think it looks okay-ish. Yeah, I think it looks okay-ish. Okay, now that that has been done, I need to copy this scale value and let's go into armature edit mode. I need to go into these two hair root bones, expand all of it. Grab all of these hair bones, excluding the oh god damn it. Excluding the root bone. And now I need to scale it on the x-axis, the exact same value. Just gonna copy paste the value in here. That should do it, right? That should do it, right? Wait, why is it scaling so weirdly? Fuck! Shit, why is it scaling so weirdly? That's not supposed to happen. Fuck! Okay, something's wrong. Why is it scaling like so? Hang on. Shit. What if I just scale this? No, nothing bad happens. Because it's scaling in different directions. It shouldn't be doing that, that's the problem. What if I scale this? It's because they're connected. Hang on. Okay, I think I... Yeah, because all these bones are connected. Yeah, some of the bones are connected to the others. Not all of them are, but some of them are. Okay, so we need to go through each and every bone and remove the connection. The easiest way to do that is to just do this. Select all bone. Connected. Right, but... Okay, hang on. Deselect that. Deselect that. And... No, I said do not connect. Fuck, hang on, shit, why does it only select that? Fuck! Fuck! Okay, how the fuck do I want to do this now? Okay, since my idea is not working, we're gonna do this manually. One by fucking one. We're gonna check each and every bone and remove the connection. One by fucking one. Hang on. You see this connected button over here? Actually, can you see it? Hang on. I'm blocking the view. Okay. Hang on, let me move away. You see this over here, chat? You see that? That connected button there? We have to make sure that nothing is connected. So, yeah. To go to each and every one and remove the connection. Ew, manually. Well, if there's a way to not do this manually, I don't know what that is. So we're gonna do this one by fucking one. Wait. Even though I'm selecting each bone here, it's not changing the selection here. Fuck! Oh, that's so annoying. Fuck, I have to click each and every bone? Are you serious? Sometimes I hate Blender. Oh well. There has to be an easier way to do this. I thought, I don't know if I'll be able to find it though, so... Oh well... Why is it so random? Some of the bones are connected but others aren't. Probably because the person making this didn't think that someone was going to try to do this. Hang on a second, let me make sure that... Okay, chat, remember 1.022. That number is very important. 1.022. Okay. Now we're gonna try this again. Chat. .022, yes. The number is super important. Right. Let's try this again. Scale along the x-axis. Oops. Oh, that's so weird. Why is it scaling so weirdly? Fuck. Okay, what if I selected both roof bones and scale? Shit. My idea isn't working. Fuck. Do the right side and the left side. Maybe that'll work. Let's see what happens. No, it's not scaling the way I wanted to. Fuck. Fuck! Am I gonna have to restart the whole thing? Shit. Okay, let me try something. Let me try something. I think I have an idea. Save before closing. Do not save. Okay, we're here. Where did we? Okay, we're back here. That means we just need to redo the UV mapping, but that's fine. Okay, we're here. This bitch right here. Okay, okay. We're going to reposition the head again. We're going to create a second branch from this. Right. Right, so let us scale the hair a little bit. Just already after I scaled down the hair on the back. Okay. How's this look? There's another reason why it takes me hours to work on Avatar. Because I stare at this and I'm like, shit, did I make a mistake somewhere? You saw what happens when I don't stare hard enough? I even noticed a fucking clip through here and I have to go in and fix it. That's why it takes hours, chat. Fuck. A little bit of hair clipping into the head is okay, as long as it's not too much. Does that look okay? Does that look okay? Does it look okay? Does it look okay to you? I think it looks okay? Question mark? I think it looks okay. Does it? Maybe? Does it? Looks okay. Even before I suddenly see, oh shit, it's not okay. This is not okay. This is very not okay. Okay, hang on a second, let me fix this. It's easy to fix. Let me go into editing mode and I'm just going to drag this there. It's gonna look hideous, but it doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. You don't matter. Hang on, tool, mirror X. Okay. Slipping doesn't matter. Actually, maybe I should just move this like so a little bit. That's fine. That's fine. I think it's fine. Ish. Fine-ish. Possibly. Maybe. Can people see it if I... Hang on a second. What happens if my hair flips up like that? Can people see it? They can. Shit. Hello, Mitchell. Welcome. How's it going? Hope your weekend's going good-ish. Hope it's going better than mine, because I'm struggling for perfection right now. It needs to be perfect. Chat needs to be fucking perfect. You're seeing under the hood, but it's fine. Okay, that looks a little bit better, right? Yeah. Looks very better. Maybe. Not sure. Hang on. Oh, where's that? Where's that fucking... There it is. That's the vertex I'm looking for. Okay. Okay, that looks okay on that side. What about the other side? He'll do. He'll fucking do. Wait, no, now it's visible from the front. Shit! Shit. Shit! Shit! Need to fucking fix this. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, what if we... What if I do this? And this. And expand this some more. How do I deal with it with the other hair anyway? Just kind of meh. Actually, this other hair has a better hair cap. You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? This is good enough. Good enough. It's fucking good enough, chat. It's good enough. It's good enough, right? It's good enough, right? Right? Yeah, it's fucking good enough. I don't care. I don't fucking care. It's good enough. I think maybe it's good enough. Is it good enough? Can't you cover it by subdividing it? I could, but I don't want to. It's all possible. I could subdivide it if I really wanted to. Also, why didn't that alert go off? Banny May, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the rooftop. Enjoy. Tammy, welcome, welcome. Why didn't that follower alert go off? Okay, so that works. Why didn't it? Why didn't the alert work? It's strange. What happens if I hide and show it again? Also, let me check the widget URL to make sure it's the correct widget URL. It is the correct one. Very strange. But either way, welcome Banny. Yeah, you know what? You know what? That'll good. It's good enough. Good enough. It'll do. It'll fucking do, chat. It'll fucking do. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Yes. Yes. One slight issue with this hairstyle is that if I were to position it as originally intended. This hairstyle makes you look like you have a gigantic head and I don't want that. So I'm going to just position it slightly over my ponytail hairstyle. Should be good, right? Yep, it's good. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. I don't care. I don't fucking care. It's good. I good. It's good. It's good. Yeah, right? Maybe. Hopefully. Now I merge again. I better not find another fucking problem. Sir. There we go. Okay, now we need to fix the UV map again. That's a problem, and we're gonna fix it. Interesting. That extends out the side. Okay, good to know. I'll make sure to change it then. Scale it down a little bit. Push it further again. Okay, that looks about right there. Scale it along the x-axis. No, y-axis. Just a tiny bit. And move that here like so. It looks better. I think we need to scale it along the axis a little bit and move. Something I don't get is where is that actually? What? Where? It's there. Fuck! Okay, we're gonna want to avoid that. Damn. In that case... Where'd my music go? Hang on. Wait, no, I feel like a little bit more jazz. There we go. Okay, so now that we know that that is there, we want to avoid having that stick out the side, so we're going to actually make sure it's within the area. So pause and move them in. That is true. I should probably do that, shouldn't I? Because yeah, it's weird that these things are sticking out, right? So I should probably move these, right? Yeah, good idea. Thank you for suggesting that to me. So hang on. And just drag them in. I don't need them to be, you know, perfectly aligned because fuck that shit. These were not aligned to begin with. I don't know why, but it's just the way it is, so yeah. Fuck that shit. Is that good? Or is it it's too close to... It's like, so let's give it some room. I think that looks good, right? Right? Maybe? I think that looks good. I think that looks good. I think maybe. Probably. Good enough, right, chat? Good enough, right? Right? Maybe. Probably. I see there's a little hair. Is Aaron hair? You. What are you doing there? Why are you there? Are you even wig painted or anything? What the fuck are you doing there? Hang on. Right, let's separate this selection. There we go, now we're gonna sculpt this. Oops. There we go. That'll do, right? It's all good? It's all good? I think that's good. Maybe. Possibly. I think. I'm a little bit worried about this. It's fine, chat. It's fine. Right? Right? It's fine, right? It's fine, right? Oh, that one. It's that one. It's fine, right? 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 Uh, uh, God. You can see the strand of hair I'm staring at, right, chat? Right? Uh, What could I do to fix this? Hmm. You know what? It's fine. It's fucking fine. It's fucking fine. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. I do have to pee though. Yeah, pee. Yeah, back chat. Make sure you guys get a message. Back chat. Avatar. Avatar work is always so fucking stressful. Chat. You have no idea. Actually, wait. Now you might have an idea. I am always so fucking stressed when I'm working. Wait, hang on a second. I should probably turn on the light. Hang on a second. It's getting a little dark here. Is it finally gonna rain? Am I finally gonna get rain, chat? After no rain for 4 days. Are we finally gonna get rain? Give me rain. I need rain. Rain is the only thing keeping me alive. Alright. Let me drink some coffee, chat. Bye. Cheers. Hi Mitchell, welcome back. How goes the model work? Uh, uh, it's been going. Adding this hair to my avatar. I've been wanting to get this hair back into my avatar, so trying for now, just trying to make sure that there isn't any problems. I haven't noticed yet. So far everything looks good-ish. Yeah, I think everything looks goodish. I'm going to play in the rain. No. No, sadly. Every time when I wanted to play in the rain as a kid, my parents would stop me. They didn't let us play in the rain at all. Oh well, it's fine. I don't need to play in the rain, I just need the rain to you know, not around. You know, as long as the rain is around, then everything's good. I think everything looks good. Sure. That appears to be covering fishnet. That's not fishnets, that's the wireframe. Helps me see what the exact vertices and what I'm looking at. If I wanted to, hang on. I could just switch the view to... Remember, there was a way for me to change this. How do I change the view to random? Yeah, it's not fishnets, it's wireframe. Makes it easy to work on the avatar and make changes as necessary, so you can actually see how the avatar's mesh flows. Right now I'm trying to see if there's any problems that stand out with the avatar. I haven't noticed anything yet. Everything seems to be good. Have these separated into two meshes. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. It'll be better. Because there's two ways I can handle this hair changing thing that I'm going to be doing with the avatar. I could, you know, I could just combine the two hairstyles. Nah, it'll look weird in motion. I actually talked to the guys over at Poyomi about this, about optimization, and even though VRChat's avatar ranking system considers two separate meshes to be less optimized, they told me, okay, here's two ways I can make this work. I can either combine these into a single mesh and a single body mesh, and then use transparency to show and hide the different vertexes using alpha transparency. I could do that, that's A. Or I could separate the two hairstyles into their own separate meshes and then just turn on and off the mesh. According to the guys at Poyomi, using transparency for two hairstyles having one on and one off at all times, that is actually less optimized than having the two hairs as a separate mesh and then turning each of them on and off. Even though VR chat prefers it the opposite way, this is actually more optimized in the long run. So that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. It might cause the avatar to appear weird in some situations, but it's fine. Let's see, is there anything else I have to do? We did hair, hair 1, hair 2, panties. We fixed the sweater. The sweater. Bones have been fixed. There's no longer any clipping, so that's very good. Just by moving the bones around a bit, it's so much better now. I think that's good. I think we're ready to export this chat. Let's export it. Wait, hang on, before we export it, before we fucking export this, I'm going to save this as export. And now we export. Alright. That is the wrong one. This is the one we want. Right. This is version 4.1. Right. Now that that's exported, we need to go into Unity now for the Unity site. Everything is up to date. Yes. And launch. I'm going to put this aside but keep this open just in case we notice a problem. Yeah, everything is going. We had a slight problem earlier and we had to double back to an earlier section to fix a pretty major problem, but oh well, it's fixed, chat. It's fucking fixed. This will take a while. Usually takes a while for my Unity to launch. You'll probably see why once this thing is launched. How's everyone doing, by the way? You guys doing okay in chat? Having a nice chill weekend? Anything interesting happen? This week, I'm thinking of continuing Death Stranding streams. Going to do Death Stranding streams probably tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. It's been a while since we played Death Stranding. Be fun to get back to it. I keep forgetting to pick up all of the ranking rewards on Death Stranding though. I feel like I shouldn't bother. I have every time I'm like, I'm definitely gonna pick up the reward ranking and then about the ranking reward, and then next thing I know I've forgotten to pick it up, and I'm like, you know what? You know what? Fuck it. I'm never gonna remember to pick up those damn rewards. You know, something I considered adding to this avatar is a white hair version, or at the very least the ability to change to the white hair version. I'm not sure if I want to. I'll think about it, I think. Here we are. Here's the avatar. This is my super duper optimized version, which is barely wearing anything, but I had to take off all the clothes just so that you know, I could make it green optimized. Sadly, it looks kind of boring to be honest, but beggars can't be choosers when it comes to avatar optimization. Maybe gray? Technically I already know what hair color I would add as an option if I really wanted to. I'm just not sure if I want to, you know. But it's something I'm just gonna think of. Well, think about like over time. Because here, you know, this hair color over here, this hair color, I was thinking of adding this hair color to my trap avatar. The ability to toggle between the two. I could do it relatively easily, to be honest. The only question is whether I want to. You think I look cool, chat? You know what? You know what? Since we're all about doing upgrades, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Well, we'll add that to the list of things to do today. Alright. Time for me to prep for copying over all of the shit. Is this? No, that's the wrong one. Is that it? No, that's not it. What's that? Hey, where is it? There it is. I saved it under the wrong name. Let me rename this to I am. For my desktop streams, I'm thinking of making my desktop avatar not have the sweater actually, because I think the sweater gets in the way a little too much. It looks okay when, you know, I'm up and about and moving, but when I'm like this on desktop mode, yeah, I think it gets in the way too much. So what do you guys think, chat? Should I get rid of my fluffy sweater or no? At least for desktop. And unfortunately for desktop, adding toggles to toggle between the two is not an option. So it has to be one or the other. Okay, I need to think about how I'm gonna do this because okay, I'm gonna try something, chat. A slightly different order of operations for copying stuff over, because there is a slight issue that could arise from what I'm about to do. I'll have to see. It's like all copy selected. Oh. Did it get everything without fucking it up? Okay, hang on. I think something went wrong. Hang on, let's redo this. Redo this step. It's fine. Redoing this step is very easy. Right, now let's get rid of this. You don't need this anymore. Fun misadventures of Turtle Druid. Yeah, that was a nice, relaxing D&D session we had yesterday. I can't wait until I can stream D&D again. I miss streaming D&D. It'll be fun to get back to it. Right, now let us fix all of this. As for last night, I had fun in 7 days with Castle and Ganon, Blood Moon Night, plus we did a big raid on a level boosted prison dungeon. I think I saw that. A raid on the prison dungeon in 7 days. What pumpkin tools do? You have it but you don't know how to use it. Pumpkin tools is basically hang on, let me finish this step and I'll show you. Pumpkin tools essentially automatically does all of this for you. You see all this additional stuff that has just been added to my avatar? All of the bones, fist bones, all of these values, things like that. Pumpkin tools does that. It makes creating new versions of avatars that you already have a lot more painless and quicker. You don't have to go through the avatar and very slowly copy over stuff, you know? very slowly copying over Fishbone script and then adding the values over again. Pumpkin Tools did all of this for me on this brand new avatar because it got it from the values that were already on this other avatar that I copied. But Pumpkin Tools does have some oddities. It doesn't handle copying values well when the scale of the avatar is not 111. So that's why you saw me create a copy of the avatar first. I create a copy of the avatar that is meant to just be the copy version, change the scale back to 111, copied, had Pumpkin Tools copy everything, and then deleted the copy puppet, whatever you want to call it, and then I set the scale to where I want the scale to be. And yeah, now I'm working on this brand new version 4.1 of my RP avatar. Give me a second. Let me check to make sure that all the bones are right. As usual, I need to get rid of this. I need to check the hands as well. Everything is good. Alright. Alright. Now I need to fix the materials. All the materials are already prepared, so it's as easy as dragging and dropping. I also organized everything so that all the materials are named properly. Named exactly based on the slot that they go into, so it's very easy for me to match things. This is how I organize stuff. Makes things so much easier since I have my own organization. Alright, now we need to do several things. Okay. So now we're gonna need to create a way for us to toggle between these two hairstyles. That'll be very easy. Stand by, let me... Before we do that though... Hair. I was saying... I'm tempted to create a white version of the hair, wasn't I? So let's do that. To do that, I'm going to grab a texture, which should be the exact texture I need. My other project. Let's see here. Avatar projects. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Hang on. Give me a minute. I have to... I should probably delete those because I don't use those as backup anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna delete those. But it's gonna take a while for it to properly load in. Hmm. Give me 1 second. Oh, come on. How long does it fucking take? Okay, thank you. Get rid of these. Capacity value, yeah, don't care. Don't fucking care. We don't need it anymore. I have another backup source. Okay, assets, textures. Huh? Wait. What's going on? Go here. Assets. Okay, thank you. There we go. Now where's the hair? Here it is. Let me grab the texture over. Let me make sure that I'm not overwriting anything by accident. No? Okay. This should be the exact same. Everything about this should be exactly the same. Oops. Except for the... yeah. Except for the color of the hair. Okay. That's good. No. Hello, McDonald. Welcome. How's it going? I'm doing okay. We're currently in the middle of performing an upgrade to my model. Well, my VR chat version of the model. This isn't going to go into the desktop version, but on my VR chat version, this is going to be a nice upgrade. Adding a feature I've always wanted to add. Okay. So while I'm working on this, everyone in chat is just chilling and relaxing to some nice music. Alright. I need to copy the dissolve settings from this. So let's grab dissolve settings and put it on this. I just remembered there was something I wanted to fix as well. Before I continue, let me fix the thing I want to fix. It's in the wing material. I want this edge emission is way too low. I want to make it brighter. 0.5 should be good. And just to test it, let's see how this looks. Yeah, I think that looks good. Bright, but not like glaringly bright, you know? Right. Thank you, Wing. We don't need you for now. Now we need to... check the dissolve of the hair. Maybe I should get the dissolve from the wing instead. Yeah, let's try getting the dissolve color from the wing instead. I'll just copy paste this here. And let's tile the gradient a bit more. Why does it look like this? This doesn't look right. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong here. It shouldn't be this bright. Why is it that bright? Oh. Why is this so bright? Hi Kai, welcome. How's it going? Hang on a second. I'm copying the settings over from the other project, so I'm going to check the other project to see what the difference could be. That doesn't look right. There's something wrong. Oh wait, no, hang on a second. I think I know what's wrong. Fuck. I think I know what's wrong. I forgot to put the edge texture in. Okay, okay, yeah, problem solved. Whoops. Yeah, there we go. Much better. Yeah, yeah, I can still make mistakes, chat. Yeah, how are you doing, Kai? Welcome to comfy for you guys, Avatar upgrade stream. Brain melting for me. Avatar upgrade stream. Yes, your Discord account got hacked. New messages from you, that's not you. Okay. Do you want me to do... Wait, I'm not sure. Are you in my... Are you in my Discord? Let me just check real quick. Dragon Empress, yeah, you're on my Discord. Do you want me to do anything about your account? For now? Are you gonna get it back, or are you giving up on the account? Because if you're not going to get the account back, then I'll just ban the account. Remove you temporarily? I don't need to remove you temporarily. Instead, I'm gonna do something else. I am going to... hog tie and shove a dildo gag down your throat. So that way, you can't see any channels, you can't do anything, you can't send any messages into the Discord channel, but you are the server, but you're technically still in the server, so you can. If you just message me and let me know that you have your account back, then I will untie you and take out the dildo gag, okay? From Discord, see if they if not, probably stuck with the last option, create a new one. Okay. Let me know how things go. Yeah, let me know how things go. Your account will stay in my server at least for now with a hog tied with a cock gag down your throat, so you don't have to worry. I've been thinking of making a change to my emission. This emission right here. You know, I think having it pulse down like that is actually looks quite nice. But as for hair and eye emissions, I do want to add an effect to the emissions there, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to make it a 0, 2, 1. So this has a nice blinking effect to it, and I'll do the same for eyes as well. Yeah, my eyes already have an emissive blink added to it, so dang needle and the ass incident. As the kids have really warped you. What? What are you talking about? What needle in the ass? I didn't get a needle in the ass, I got medicine up my ass. There's a difference, Chad. Although as a baby, I do distinctly recall getting an injection on my butt. But every kid got that. Can you buy chairs? Speaking of which, what brought on that comment? Mitchell, what do you mean? What do you mean? Well, what made you think that, me gagging Dragon Empress in my Discord server so that she can't say anything or see anything that is, and she's blindfolded too. Did that really brought up that comment, Mitchell? It's just a role called gagged. Maybe I should change the name of the role. It's hog-tied, blindfolded, and gagged. It doesn't matter. Came in at just the right time. You're talking about your missions. Yeah, I'm just messing with my avatar, performing an upgrade, and since we're performing an upgrade on my avatar, I'm deciding to add in all of the features that I have wanted to add but stopped short of adding. Actually, I'm going to do it for all of this at the same time. Okay, bell choker. The apron needs to be changed as well, so we'll do that. Okay, so apron, bell choker, belt, blindfold, boots, shorts, sweater, tail, top. Okay. Now I'm going to turn on a blinking emission for all of them. And the value here is going to be 0.5, a very slow blink, and 0.1 as the minimum. Okay. Suppository insane. Talk to the therapist about this and what was your method detaining kindness. Therapist? Why would I need to talk to a therapist? It's not a problem. It's totally fine, don't worry about it. There's no problem you need to worry about. No problem at all. There's something else I need to check. The second specular. I need to see how this behaves. Hang on a second, chat. Don't worry, this is a male body. This won't get me banned. I need to see how the light interacts with this. Alright. I'm going to reduce that to nothing. Now, what happens if I reduce this to nothing? It is that. So the smoothness reduces it to nothing. What if I reduce the strength? Either way would work for what I'm trying to do. I think I'm going to just animate the smoothness value here. I need to perform a fix to this because I noticed when I was increasing the the smoothness of this specular. The other specular was still there and it made it look a bit weird, so I'm going to make it so that once this value goes beyond a certain threshold, this will return to 0. The double specular effect, which does look good at this smoothness up to about here, then it starts looking a bit weird. So from this point onwards, I want this to not be a specular, and then yeah, okay. Nice nipples. No, it's male nipples. It's fine. This is a male avatar. You can see he has huge dick right over here. Penis. Right. Alright, now it's time for us to wait, no, not yet. Not yet. There's something else I need to do. I was about to say that it's time for us to mess with the animations, but not yet. We still need to add the fizz bones to the other hair, so that's what we're gonna do. These can be copied wholesale over to the short hair. So paste as new. Okay. And then this one. I think we'll copy this one. And paste as new. Okay. And now I need to add some more. Do I want to optimize this? I could optimize this. Penis? What penis? It's just pants. Just shorts, chat. Don't make it sound like I'm showing off naked models on stream. I'm not. This is model work, chat. And I didn't go completely naked. Yeah. I'm trying to picture how these values are going to go work in my head. I think I'm going to have to mess with those values, but before I do, I need to create more colliders. So let's create some more colliders. I'm going to copy this component and paste. Wait, no, that's the wrong component. Copy. That's the component I want. Paste as new. Oh god. Oh, thunder and lightning. Guess I should be happy because, you know, I've been asking for rain for the past couple of days. Uh-oh. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you guys can hear that. sneaker models is for a different website. It's maybe I will neither confirm nor deny that I have nude models. Alright, now I need to sorry, my brain paused for a moment because why am I seeing left shoulder and right shoulder at the same time? But it's because I already did left shoulder. So gonna add 2 more colliders, and I'm going to add left arm and left elbow here. I really should rearrange this so that it's in order, but oh god. Hang on. Let me turn off the noise gate and noise suppressor so that you guys can hear the lightning with me. You might hear a little bit of noise for a minute, but it's okay. Give it a minute. You coming? Lightning? Thunder? Hello? Are you going to... fuck you too. Alright. Let me turn this off first. So that nothing beyond that is being animated. Now, let's see. I need to see how the hair behaves once. Oh, there we go. Lightning. The front hair is a bit weird, so we're going to add gravity fall off max for that. Yeah, that's better. Much better, okay. Gravity fall off max for that. Do I need to add gravity fall off for the back hair? Or the long hair, I should say. I don't think so. See what happens if I rotate the model forward. That works, but wait, why is that? Huh? Something isn't right. Why isn't that hair being controlled? shit. Hang on. Hang on. Something isn't right. What? Hang on. Turn off tail, turn off sweater, socks. Turn all of this off because I don't need to see this right now. Turn it off too. Why isn't that? Oh shit! Fuck! Oh fuck! I just realized what happened. Shit! Shit! Okay, we have a problem. Fuck! Okay, how do I, oh hang on, how do I solve this problem? Shit! Okay, hang on. Okay, save this because, we might have to go back to this step because something happened. Please tell me it was before the merge. It was before the merge, okay. And it was after I fixed this, okay. Okay, hang on. Yeah, okay. The hair bones are getting merged. Shit. Even though this is... Oh god, oh god, Cass, thank you for the raid, welcome raiders. How's your stream? Welcome everyone. You guys came in just in time to see me fuck up. Let me try to figure out how I'm gonna fix this. Hello everyone. How's your stream? How was Path of Exile and 7 days and other stuff? Hope it went well. Okay, how do I want to do this? Tooth pain, stream good. Oh, do you need to go to see the doctor, Cass? You go to the dentist? I read on YouTube that stuff as well. It's the kick rate. because I'm multi-streaming onto YouTube and Kick. Technically, it's possible to raid on YouTube as well, but it's very difficult. It's not very obvious. But it is possible to raid on YouTube. Okay, I'm going to try to... Okay, the problem that's occurring is that the bones are being merged when I combine the two armatures, which I do not want. So what I'm going to do is have the same name instead of only base bones. Here's why you have to make sure that all bones you want to merge have the same name. Just sure you won't need to fix this model and cast before anyways. Base bones, you can have unintended side effects. Okay, we're going to try to see what happens if I do not tell it to merge all bones. This is the first time I'm dealing with this, so I'm not sure if this is going to work. Let's find out. Technically, the only thing that should merge is the head, but let's see. Cass had dental work. Oh, it's that same dental work? Oh, okay. Oh, you're still recovering, Cass. Oh, okay. I hope you recover soon enough. Mwah. Also, welcome to the roost. Dragon key. Okay, why isn't the follower alert on Kick working? Why? It should be active. The raid alert worked. Why isn't the follower alert working? What the fuck? Eh? The bot even reacted to you. What the fuck? Save settings. Active alert. Save setting. Let me try to reset the alerts window because this is what's supposed to play. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. I don't know why I didn't tell it didn't play, but oh well. Yeah, welcome to the Kick site, Kai. On Kick, that's the first be welcome to Kick site. Well, it's not actually the first. I've been here for a while. It's just that yeah, this is the first time you are here while I was multi-streaming onto YouTube and Kick at the same time. Welcome, Dragon Empress. Welcome. Hope you're doing okay. Well, hope you're enjoying the stream so far. I shouldn't say hope you're doing okay because I already know you're doing okay. Okay, let's see how this thing reacted. Now we start pose mode. There should be bones overlapping bones, but that's fine. Yeah, that works. Okay, now that that's done, now we need to go into the hair and change and fix the fucking UVs again. You know, I probably should fix the UVs first. Oh well. It's fine. We're here now, chat. We're here now. Time to fix the UVs again. Oh, it's still way too white. Let's reduce the scaling on the x-axis a little bit. Scaling a little bit more. The problems never stop cropping up, chat. They never stop cropping up. You think you got all the problems and then suddenly you realize, oh shit, another problem. And then you have to go back and fix everything. Scaling a little bit. It's never ending. Never fucking ending. It's a bit too close to the edge. I feel like it's a bit too close to the edge, so let us use the scaling on the y-axis just a tiny bit. Teeny tiny bit, okay. That's fine, that's fine. Now we're going to grab this and drag this back in again. Oops. In you go. Alright. Now, was there any other fixes I need to redo? Shit, I just realized the connection at the back of the ball needs to be redone. The back here needs to be redone. Let's do it, chat. I'm not gonna care about this as much as I did before. Just gonna pull this down a little bit and good enough. Fucking good enough. I don't care. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care anymore. I don't care. As long as it's working, I don't fucking care. Do I care about this stray hair going into the fucking... Do I care about this? Do I care about this? Do I fucking care about this? Yes, I do. Yes, I fucking do. Yes, I fucking do. Okay. Choco Pie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Rifts. I'm sorry that the follow alert on Kick apparently is broken at the moment. So excuse the lack of follow alerts, but welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoyed time here. Welcome to you guys, well, relaxation stream for you guys. Brain melting and panic and annoying stream for me. Let me just fix the sculpting a little bit. Okay, I think that looks good. Now I'm going to merge this back. Okay, now is everything done. Now's all the problems sorted. I hope so. I really hope so. Chat, this was there. Anything else I fixed that I need to fix? I think I'm good. I think I'm good, chat. I think I'm fucking override that old export because the old export is borked. I'm going to export. Continue export and overwrite this model because we don't need that anymore. Back chat. You go to the washroom. Mwah. Hope you enjoyed the stream so far. But yeah, BRB. I'll be right back. You guys get up and stretch your legs as well, alright? I'll be right back. Okay, let me get back into my BDSM chest harness. Actually, I just realized something. Now you guys have heard the thunder and lightning. I'm going to turn on noise suppression and noise gate again. There we go. I forgot to turn it on. Whoops. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Once I'm done with all this work I'm doing right now, chat, I'm going to be uploading this avatar and testing it live on stream. I do a live VR. Test in VRC. First in desktop and then in VR. So eventually I will switch to VR. Once this we're done messing with this. This is also partially why every time I think that I only have to work on this for like 1 day or so, turns out that I end up having to work on this stuff for 2 days or more. This avatar work, chat? I thought it was only going to be... it's gonna be quick. I'll be done in 2 hours, but no. I keep finding problems. I need to fix it. need to keep finding and fixing more and more problems. But oh well. At least we notice the problem sooner rather than later, right, Chet? And it's why leave my blender open so that we can come back in here and fix problems relatively easily. Right, let me configure this again. I need to replace that. Okay, check that, that's fine. Get rid of the hair root. Check that, that's fine. Check that, that's fine. All right. I wonder why my follower alerts isn't working. I could have sworn I've seen other people's follow alerts work on Kick. Or maybe I was just daydreaming and I didn't actually see anyone's follow alerts working. It's entirely possible that that's what happened. I was daydreaming. I didn't actually see anyone's follow alerts working. Hi, how are you? Welcome. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Chill Avatar Work Streams. Are you chill for you guys? Rain melting and stress for me. Right. Now that that's done, let's test this again, shall we? Play. Let's see if the problem is fixed. It is fixed. Yep, it's all good now. Although, hang on, let me check the hair in the front. Everything working good? Everything's working good. Now let me check hair. 1. Turn on. Turn on. That's all good? Okay, yeah, it's all good. Perfect. Alright. Now we need to create the animations. A couple of animations I need to fix. First, I'm going to do the easy one. Let me turn this off first. Turn this on. Alright. I just realized something. I need to check one of the other animations I have. The sweater animation, did it? Did I set it so that the... You see bones are... Yep, yeah, I set it so that the bones were enabled and disabled. That's good. Very good. Okay, chill time, ignore. Okay, that's very good. Now I need to check, double check something to make sure that it's working as intended. B7 disable, okay, that's good. I'm going to Do I need to... Cannot pull. You know what? I'm gonna do this the safer way. Turn these off for now. Because by default these are gonna be off. And then I'm going to set this here. V7 disabled. V7 disabled. V7 disabled. Okay. V7 disabled. Hi Fasor, welcome. How are you doing? How's your weekend been? Hope you had a good weekend. Alright, let me swap over to my standard hair. Alright, now we are going to create a duplicate of this. This is going to be our animation puppet. First thing we're going to do is we're going to do the easy stuff first. We're going to adapt some of the animations that we need to change based off of the stuff we were doing. The first one we're gonna change is this one right here. We need to animate this. So let's go into our skin specular animations and add this to this avatar. Okay. Don't worry about that, chat. Don't worry about that. That's totally fine. Don't you worry about. This is fine. It's fine. I want to record. Wait, hang on. How do I want to do this? Actually thinking about it, hang on. I just realized something about how this is set up. I may not be able to achieve the effect I want. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll still be able to achieve the effect I want. So you know what? We'll give it a shot. We'll see how this thing behaves. First thing first, record. Need to go into body. Face. Smoothness. Okay. Alright. That's that. Now this value to start with is supposed to be 6. There we go. I'm gonna copy paste this over to here. That's done. And then now we need to go to this one. We're gonna copy paste this here. Easy. And this value, we're going to set it to 0. Because that's the value we want it to be. 0. Why is... This isn't right. This should be 1. Hang on a second, chat. I need to check something. Give me 1 second while I check this problem. Oh, I know why. I know why this is. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I don't need this anymore, actually. So let's just get rid of this. Okay, don't worry, chat. Don't worry, chat. This is a minor bug that I just need to fix something. So yeah, don't worry about it. Running lovely in a solar part. But you see, this is the thing there. I mean, this is all just, you know, stats and stuff. There's nothing lovely in here. What are you talking about? This is it. There's nothing odd about the list over there, chat. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't you worry about it. Okay, now next I need to... Right, now we need to... don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about this. This is nothing important. Nothing important at all. No, this is fine. It's fine. It's nothing important. I need to check to see. Yes, it's nothing important. Don't worry about it. How many controllers do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I have 7 controllers here. I have space for 1 more. So let us... Wait, I'm going to add a toggle to control the hair. Do I want to have this in a different menu? How do I want to organize my main menu? Decisions. Currently my menu is organized into these cloud skin, don't worry about that, and dance, and it's just a toggle. And skin menu has all these controls. What do I have on the clothes menu? Clothes links to accessories and the wet clothes menu. Welcome back, guys. What happened was I got one of your more or less fixed on Thursday. 2 decay, then I had to drill it up to begin to fix it. What was it, a root canal? Or filling? I was eating sugar stuff as I did before. It just flared very bad from my headset resting on it. Oh, really? The headset resting on it? How did the headset get close enough to your teeth to get it to hurt? Oh well. Tooth feeling. You're feeling sick, gonna stay home from work today? Okay. Okay, lucky. Hope you feel better soon. Okay, you know what? I'm going to put the controller for the hair in the skin menu. And we are going to create a new folder. I'm gonna name it in the girl avatar, it's called just recolor. But I think maybe the recolor menu and the parts menu should be its own menu. I think, yeah, I think, you know what? The recolor menu should be its own menu, so hang on. So I'm going to change this, and eventually once I perform this upgrade on the girl avatar, I'm going to reorganize the girl avatar as well. Alright. I'm gonna create a new VR chat. Special menu. Parts and color. And add a new. Actually, all this is gonna be handled later. For now, we need to create the animation files. First things first. It's gonna be hair white on white off I'm going to make copies of these. Hour on off on. It's not to wait for another 90 minutes. Aww. Well, feel free to chill and relax to my comfy music and listening to me ripping my hair out. Working on this. I don't need this anymore, so let's delete that. I'm going to now replace it with this. Okay, now we are going to... Is there anything on my body that could fuck up if I were to do dissolve control here? No, there isn't. Okay. Going to record. Going to go here and Why isn't it? Something isn't right. Hang on. It's because that's on a different mesh, but it should change. It should. I think. We're gonna find out together, chat. We're gonna find out together. It should change itself once we're actually in the game because it's controlled by the same material. One value of 1. Right. Off to on. Change that to 1. Alright. It's done. Now on to off. Start off at 1 and change this to 0. That should work. I'm not entirely sure if it will work, but it should work. We're gonna find out later. Together, chat. If it doesn't work, then we're gonna have to come back here to fix it. But okay, now that is done. Now we need to create a new animator. We're going to create an animator to control hairstyle. Hair. Ponytail. No, wait, no, I should organize this better. Okay, hairstyle, ponytail. Hairstyle. Down, okay. Now we add these animation files into the controller and we're going to with this. There's several things we need to control. You have to bed. Good night, Mitchell. Thanks for being here. Sweet dreams. Try to rest, lovely. Hope you feel better soon. Yeah, first thought says try to rest. Cass and Lucky, both of you rest and get better soon, okay? Think of something for with dinner before bed not liking you. Oh. Feel free to rest and relax. Remember, don't hold it in. If your stomach says go to the washroom, go to the washroom. Okay, hair mesh on and off, and I also need to activate this. Well, have that be the off position. These are going to be on. Meanwhile, these two are going to be off. Okay. That's done. Now we copy paste this like so. And now we go over to hairstyle down and we just flip the values. Easy. Right, that should be done, I think. We have everything done? At least as far as animation goes, I think we do have it. Everything done as far as animation goes. Okay. That's done. We don't need this anymore. Let's get rid of it. And we need to come back here, and we do need to make some changes to the animator and parameters. We have a new part we have to toggle between. Where do I want to add this? I'm going to add a new boolean hair white. I'm gonna put it just above the skin parameters, and another boolean hair. What do I? Style. We'll just call it hairstyle. I'll put the hairstyle above hair. Color change, okay. Yes, I was settled down before you can rest. Do I really need to do to relax? I'll be here, lucky. Now I need to create a new menu from this. Type some menu. Fonts and color. Sub menu. Here. Grab this, put this here. Okay. Move this up so that it's here. Okay. What icon do I want to use? This icon. Use that icon, and now here we need to add the buttons here. Toggle. This will be hair, pony, tail. That'll be the parameter for now. I mean the button for now. Maybe eventually I'll add different stuff, so I doubt it. I'll doubt it even more. There, this. Change this to that button, that icon. I don't need this anymore. Get rid of it. And another controller for the hair color. Call it white for now. Change it to toggle. Whoops. How are these different? The answer is they're not. Oh, this is done. Okay, now we need to go back and mess with the FX controller. Yeah, 2 new booleans. Hair. Wait, is it? Not. Scroll down. Okay. Hair. Style and hair white. Right. Move this up. Alright, that's where it needs to be. Now we come over here and add ourselves 2 new layers. I know people will scream at me when they see how many layers I have, but I don't know how to optimize the layers yet. So this is how it's gonna have to be for now. Maybe one day I'll learn how to optimize the layers. But for now, this is how it's gonna have to be. Right. First things first. Style ponytail. Hairstyle down. Give rid of the right defaults. And make transitions. Hairstyle. True. Hairstyle. False. Okay. And now we need to add hair white off as the first one. Go here, and go here. As usual, clear the right defaults. Alright, now make a transition to all of these. We add the parameter here, hair white, condition true, add the condition hair white, false. Alright, is there anything else I haven't done yet? We adjusted the sweater, we messed with the specular, but the value should be in already. We messed with this. Okay, I think. Is there anything else I need to fix? Let me think. Anything else I've been meaning to fix? I think it's good so far. Oh, like it's not first child of yeah, blah blah blah, that doesn't matter. Wow, it's only now that my collision check count goes so high, but it's fine. Half of the collision check counts aren't being calculated at any one time because I swap between the 2 different hairstyles and they have different when one hairstyle is on, the other isn't. So yeah, I'm not too worried about that. Alright. Let us check our shit. Everything good? Excuse me. The scale isn't fixed yet, so... Wait, no, the scale is fixed. Okay. Let me double check. What is this? Is that in the right spot? Yes, it is. Return. Okay. I think everything is ready to go. Time for the upload. Before we do though, let me remember to lock. I just remembered something. Hang on. Yeah, I forgot the blindfold. The blindfold also needs. Good thing I caught this. Wait, didn't I? Eh? Did I not add blinking? Eh? Because what I did? Eh? I did. Yo. I added the wrong emission. Fuck! Fuck. Okay. Hang on. Turn this on as well. One. 0.5. There we go. Okay, let me make sure that everything is working as intended. I want to bring the glitter back to this. But can I darken it? This is max brightness 1. What about the blindfold? It's also max brightness 1. Nah. Okay, now this all is blinking, good. Now the tail. Can I add blinking as well? I think this works. Yeah. Anything I've forgotten? No. No, nothing I've forgotten. Okay, let me check the hair dissolve again. I feel like that's not wide enough. Hang on, what? Let me reference the dissolve value from my girl avatar, because she has the color changing effect, and I want to see how I have it set up on the girl avatar. Drink more coffee. Bean by chances. Okay, now let me check the materials for a hair color change effect. It's 0.1 with a hardness of 0.5. Okay, let's try. Oh yeah. Yeah, that looks more like it. Okay, that looks a lot better now. Right, thank you again, Girl Avatar, for your values. I think we are good. Let's lock everything. This will take a while, chat. Because of all the materials I have. Okay. It's all good now. What the fuck was that sound? I heard something. Oh, okay. It's just it's just a garden chicken. False alarm. Nothing to worry about. Garden chicken is still around, surprisingly. Crowing directly outside my house. Sometimes he's right outside in our garden, sometimes he's in the next house over. This is also going to take a while. Edge is reading features or HQ on Steam. There's the ability to play one-handed. Of course! Of course, gotta have that one-handed gameplay, right? Any proper itch game gotta have that. I'm still wondering. I should stream where I should stream Evernickel 2. If I should stream Evernickel 2. I'm very tempted to stream Evernickel 2. I'm not sure where. I could go to Pomf, or I could stream it on eagles.gg, because oh no, not eagles, eplay.gg, because eplay.gg is there's a streamer there whom I know, whom streams there's a streamer there, Lunico, who streams Alisoft games on there, and she seems to be doing quite okay over there. Might be a better place to stream Evernickel games rather than or any Alisoft game rather than Pomf.tv. Because that other site, eplay.gg, actually is set up like a proper site. With it has email notice whenever the person that you follow goes live, better than Pomf, which only notifies people, or which the only way you have to notify people is through Discord and other places. So it's probably better to stream on ePlay rather than Pomf. Oh. Still gonna be a while before I stream on either of the sites, I think. Because right now we're still getting back into proper YouTube and Kick streams, and I still need to do Fansly streams. I've abandoned the people on Fansly, probably feel so abandoned. I need to do proper Fansly streams. Maybe I'll be able to do a Fansly stream this week. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. RP version 4.1, brand new version. Let's see. Where do I want this camera to be? Let's get a nice shot of my butt. Actually, right now, I was saving the butt pics for for the taller versions of the avatar. So instead what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a unside pick and oops. Decisions. Chat. What kind of thumbnail pic do I want to take? Yeah, I think that works. Let me just adjust the directional light a little bit. Yeah, that'll do. That will do. And upload. The Honey King must send out the Honey Goons with invitations to stream. Yeah, this is... Gotta help the Honey King. Long live the Honey King! Hi. Upload is done. Now we need to go into VR chat to do a desktop test. We are going to do a desktop test first to make sure that everything is working right. So let me launch VRC in desktop mode. Don't worry, Lucky. Even though the Hani insurrection, rebellion, / war or freedom was successfully defeated by the party aiding the empire, you successfully crushed their bid for freedom and independence. Don't worry, that's not the last you've seen of the Hanis. Hehehe. One thing I find surprising though, I'm surprised that Gano is all like, fuck the Empire, even though technically you guys are working for the Empire. Hi Lost Petal, welcome. How's it going? You're just in time to see the first test upload of my trap avatar. Well, an upgrade to the trap avatar. Let me bring this up. Moment of truth. Let's go. Okay. Testing 1 2 1 2 3 4. Blah 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 blah. Ha, ha. Hang on. I need to test to make sure that the lips aren't staying open. Because if the lips are staying open slightly, that's a sign that there is a problem with right defaults. But so far, I haven't noticed any issue with the lips staying open. Yep, okay, that works. Now we need to test. I used the wrong symbol there, but oh well, it's fine. Fuck! He didn't change the color in. Fuck! Oh, that is weird. Huh. So, that's how it activates, huh? Okay, now let's test the collider for now. Everything working well? Everything working good? The front hair don't look like they're colliding with the face properly. That's... I'm gonna have to try to fix that. Okay. I found some things we have to fix. Yeah, okay. Two things we have to fix. The hair isn't changing. And the couple of spelling mistakes I need to fix though. So let's go and change it now. This is why we did the test in desktop mode first. Chat. Okay, first things first. iPad's color. The main menu. The spelling mistake needs to be changed. There we go. Okay. No. Now I need to duplicate this again, and we need to fix one of our problems. I need to go here, yeah. Okay, we need to add all of these to this. And now I need to fix this. We technically don't need this anymore because apparently just having this control the hair color doesn't work. So we are going to fix this. Need to go into hair 1 and hair 2 and change the dissolve alpha in each of those meshes. There we go. This property 1 1. All right. Bring it all the way over here and 1 1. Okay. Now get rid of this key. I said get rid of this. Okay, no, remove the property. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Paste 1 1 here and 0 here. Good, and remove property. Alright, that's done. Now need to... That's all fixed. Alright, now I need to figure out... what's wrong with the face collider. The face collider isn't working, right? Turn this on. It's because the endpoints aren't being added. Okay, let's add the endpoints. There we go. Okay, that should help. What about the long hair? Have the endpoints been added? They have. Okay, the long hair endpoints are okay. Just a short hair. It didn't. Actually, hang on. Let me double check this. Endpoints? They are not being added either, so let's add the endpoints. I believe 0.06 is a good number. Yeah. Okay, that's good, I think. Okay. Let me check the endpoints for this. That's good. That's good. And that's good too. Okay. Let us try that again. That took a while. My PC's probably chugging a little bit, but hell well. Having Blender and VRChat and Unity running at the same time. Yeah, my PC doesn't like this. Oh, I suddenly feel hungry, chat. I wonder if I should get something to eat. I did promise I was going to do a VR portion of the stream first. I'm gonna test the avatar in VR. I want to make sure you guys get derpy. Hang on. I need to why do I have 2 of these messages? There, okay. Don't worry, Debbie, I will see you in a little bit. I just want to deal with this right now. Right. Okay, now we test white. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Oh, I forgot to rename this. Fuck. I'm still getting the hair in the front clipping into my face a little bit. Although not as much as before. A little bit of clipping isn't a problem, right, Chad? Right, Chad? A little bit of clipping isn't a problem, right? 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 Chat? Right? Yeah, I'm gonna say right. Right. Just a tiny bit of clipping isn't a problem, right? Right. I'm trying to see how the front head clips into the body. Just minor clipping. But I think it's okay-ish. Okay-ish. Maybe. Maybe. Shit. Okay, the front hair. The front hair clipping into the body I don't mind, but the fucking... Shit, why? I didn't notice this earlier. Fuck! I suppose it had to do that. Didn't it? Oh, you know what? Fuck it, I don't care. Fuck it. Oh, it's fine. Chat, it's fine. I don't fucking care. Shit. Hang on. It's going into the body because the chest collider ends too low. Okay. We're going to raise the chest collider. Let's raise this a little bit, shall we? We're gonna increase the height. Increase the height a little bit and raise the position slightly. I think that works. Maybe. Maybe. It works, right? Chat? Works, right? Chat? Right? Right? I think it works. It works. Okay. This is how I end up with version 15 before I ever show you guys avatars. Chat. Because all these tiny adjustments I have to do. Wait, hang on. Fuck! No. Wait, hang on. This needs to be off. Okay, now try to publish again. Wait, I forgot to change the name of the ponytail. Option. Ah, fuck it. I don't care. I don't fucking care. Wait. Did I forget something else? I'm not sure. Oh well. Feels like I'm forgetting something else. Oh well. Upload. Big cocker. What big cocker? You mean the bulge? It's not that big. Sadly. Alright. Big cocker is not something you will find here. Because of my small Chinese penis. It's not fair, chat. It's not fair. There are traps with gigantic penises. Meanwhile, here I am with my small Chinese penis. Why is life so unfair, chat? Why? All I want is big Chinese penis. But no! I have small Chinese penis instead. It's not fair. And then we have Nacho, an old friend of the stream and the server. 5'8", slim as fuck, gigantic 8-inch penis. And you know You know the worst part, chat? You know the worst part? Nacho is going trans, so Nacho is sacrificing the gigantic 8-inch trap penis on his nice slender body. Why is life so unfair, chat? Why? Why? I ask you, chat, why? Why? Hang on, where's my... Why? Why is life so unfair? You see, I'm crying here and I'm crying in VR chat as well. Why? Asking for a donation of the 8-inch penis. I told him already. I told him I'll gladly take his 8-inch monster cock. Give me that huge penis. And no. There's no way for me to get his monster cock. No way at all. He's going to... that nice giant cock is gonna go to waste. Meanwhile, here I am with small penis even though I want big penis. Life isn't fair, chat. Life's not fair. Not fair at all. Oh well. Right. I think... everything is going pretty good. The test is going well. I'm still weirded out by the fact that this... Oh no, wait, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. Time for me to hop into VR chat and give you guys the VRC stream that I promised. Also, we're going to be testing out the sweater. The sweater sleeves can only be tested out when I'm in VR, so let me switch over to VR, alright? I will be right back, chat. Let me put this away. Let me save and put this away. I think all of the testing we need to do is done. I'm actually starving right now. I think this is good as well, I think. Save and put this away. Thank you. And let me swap over to VRC. So I'll be right back, chat. Well, swap over to VRC and then we will continue stream, alright? Love you guys. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Sorry that took a lot longer than I thought it was going to. I had some technical difficulties. My headset, my VR headset refused to boot up, but it wasn't a connection issue. It was just, it's an old problem, a bug with the VR headset. Don't worry about it. It's not a wire problem. I know a lot of people, usually when the VR headset starts failing to start, they think it's a wire problem, but normally that's the case. But for my particular, the problem that I ran into in particular, that wasn't a VR headset breaking, wire breaking issue with something else. Hang on, let me bring you guys in here. Let me bring you guys in here so that we can continue the stream. Here we go. Alright. Give me a second. Let me calibrate in. Usually it takes me like a minute to bind into the avatar, so give me a second, guys. It always takes me about a minute because I feel like I'm not getting it right. Okay, there you go. Okay, how is my calibration okay? Okay, yep. Calibration all good. Okay, so just to explain the problem I had earlier. It wasn't a wire problem, it was something else. Sometimes when you start SteamVR, right? Sometimes when you start SteamVR, if you have too much windows open, SteamVR will fail to initialize properly. And what happens is your headset will be, I don't know how to describe it, it's like in a permanent state of permanent unable to track the headset. That's the best way I can describe it. Your headset will be constantly graying out itself, and it'll probably gray, and then it'll gray for like maybe a second, and then flash you with the scenery for an instant, and then go back to graying again. And every time it flashes you with the scenery, you'll see your headset like going ape shit. Well, your view going ape shit. Basically, the headset has been failing to be tracked. I don't know what it is about having too many windows open causes this to occur with the headset, but it's just a problem with VR headset specifically. I don't know why it does it, but it does it. Oops. Still trying to learn to control this properly. There you go. Yeah, I don't know why VR headsets, well, specifically, I don't know if other headsets have this problem when they start, but the Vive Pro when starting in SteamVR specifically, has this problem. If I start SteamVR with too many windows open, or some shit. So usually before I start SteamVR, I usually close all as many like browser tabs and windows. Like I close my email window, I close all of my open folders, I close Discord, I close everything. Which reminds me though, I forgot to turn on streamer mode in Discord again. I should, shouldn't I? I turned it off earlier because I needed to check something, but hey, it's on again. Actually, hang on. Why is my nose stuffy? Hang on a second. Give me a shot. Rachel, I'm gonna go blow my nose. Gimme. Sorry to run off again after literally just getting back. Let me go blow my nose real quick. I want you guys to hear me blow my nose. Hang on, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hello, Paper. Welcome back. Okay, hang on. Give me 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I'll speedrun this. Okay, I'm back, chat. I'm back. Why are you laughing at me? Why are you laughing at me, Paper? Paper, are you not streaming today? Not doing any artwork streams today, Paper? Okay, chat. We need to test out. Remember, one of the major things we did is this. We need to see if there's any clipping in the sweater. Doesn't look like it. Maybe I might see a tiny flash of clipping. Sometimes. But you know what? For the most part, there's no more clipping. I think we fixed it, chat. We fixed it. Yay. Yeah. Yeah, it's Monday, US. Oh, okay. Glad you're here, Paper. Come and relax. So, yeah. Okay. Sweater fix is a success. I'm happy. Happy we were able to fix it with just... After like 4 hours. Okay, technically, I didn't only do the sweater fix, I also did this. I wanted to bring this hair back. It's a hair I've always liked. And you know what? I think it actually looks really good on my trap avatar. What do you guys think? Chat? I think it looks good on my trap avatar? I really like it. kind of clips through my sweater quite a fair bit, but oh well. It's understandable, you know. I'm not gonna care too much about hair clipping through clothes. Unfortunately, also you can't really see the little logo at the back, but oh well. That's what we have the normal hair for, so you guys can see that. And now if I ever feel like I want to have this hairstyle again, it's back, and now it's on my trap avatar too. You're gonna go get some rest, Cass? Alright. Good night, Cass. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the raid earlier. Thank you so much. Rest well. Oh, I have something to admit, Chad. I have something to... I have a confession to make. Just now during the 10-minute break, I actually had gone to eat some biscuits because I was actually really starving. So I kinda I opened 2 packs of biscuits and I just stuck my face with biscuits before coming back here. Hope you guys don't mind. I was really hungry. 2 packs of biscuits will time me over until I eat dinner proper in about, I would say, 1 to 2 hours. We'll stream for about 1.5 hours more so that we can enjoy the fruits of our labor. Well, technically fruits of my labor. You guys are just sitting in chat and relaxing and chilling and laughing at me while I was pulling my hair out. I'm actually trying to see if there's any other potential problems. I kind of fixed the chest clipping issue a little bit. You know, I really like this hair with the trap avatar. Yeah, you can't really see much of the back, you know, with this hair. But you know what? I shortened it enough so that you can see enough. Chat. Ish. You can see enough. You can see enough, right? And down the front. Yeah, I'm happy we did this. Let's go put this avatar to his paces, shall we? There's actually a better wall, I think, that we can use for trying out the avatar and stuff. Because this wall is very yellow, and we need a wall with some nicer lighting. So let's go someplace cooler. Also, I want to get my friend in here. A friend tried to request of me, and I told her I was going to invite her once I'm finished what I was doing. I was in the middle of messing with avatars just now, so yeah, let's go to a wall with some nice lighting. I'll be able to appreciate new hairstyle and everything. We'll go here. It's one of my favorite walls now taking photos, checking out how the avatar looks, things like that. You guys will probably recognize it. Here we are. Right. Now let me invite my friend who I requested of me earlier. There we go. Okay. Now, let me... First things I need to do every time I come here, turn off the fucking video player because annoyingly a lot of these worlds, yeah, as soon as you enter the world, it starts playing a video. There we go. Oh, the lighting in this world is so nice. Although I think the glitter is a little bit overbearing here. Yeah, let's turn the glitter down. Just a little bit. There we go. Better. And I'm going to test out the specular. The specular changes with it. I'm going to need you guys' help for this. Let's see. Let's find an angle where you can see. Good. There it is. Let me get rid of my belt real quick. There we go. And now, there's a specular. Oh, it looks so much better. Yeah, it looks a lot better. Hi, Derpy. Hi. Yeah, I'm streaming right now. I'm streaming right now. Can you hear me? Is my voice low? Hang on a second, is my voice low? No? Okay. I'm always worried that my voice gets low because of everyone, say hi to Derpy. Derpy there. Some of you guys might remember Derpy. Old friend of the channel. Hi. Hope you're doing okay. Now you have both. Now you have both the droid face and the gynoid face. Hey, got an upgrade. More upgrades. I just got another upgrade as well. Of course, you know Derpy. Yeah. Yeah. That's not Derpy, right? Is it just me or are your tits getting bigger? Are your tits getting bigger? I don't know. It feels like they're getting bigger. Oh well. Maybe it's the Virgin Killer sweater. That adds a little bit to it. Oh god. Okay, yeah. Hope you're doing okay, Derpy. Good. Yeah, I just finished working on this upgrade right here. Another upgrade. I know it's not optimized, but I've always wanted to add the ability to change my hair on the fly, so yeah, I added that. It's not optimized in the slightest, but oh well. Oh well. It's yeah, you have the ability. You've had it for quite a while, but I've only just now added it to myself. Hmm? Hmm. I really like the eyes on the mask. Oh. Wait, what's that supposed to... is that supposed... Oh... That's a bit... I can't... Is that supposed to be derp eyes? I'm not sure. Scared. Oh, that I understand, but sometimes there's a weird thing where you do the scared eyes, but it also shows white, so it's a bit weird. Probably just two emos at the same time or something. Oh. Is there color? Yep, there is. Have to inspect chat. Have to inspect. What? I was curious. I wanted to know if there was if there were colliders, and yes, there were. Oh, I like the arm glove things. I kinda, even though technically my previous version of this avatar got rid of the arm gloves, I kinda went back to arm gloves, cause can't really go without it. Oh, those claws are cool. Your collar? It is a nice collar. Yeah, I technically want to replace this actually. It was one of the things I was considering doing for today, but in the end I didn't do it. I still haven't found a good replacement for my bell collar yet. I'm still looking for a good one. Sadly, I can't find you. Actually, come here. Come here. Oops, hang on. Come here. Step this way a little bit. The lighting over there is very, very orange because of the heat over there. Yes, milder. We have cooler lighting here. Gigantic titties. I think most people will say, you know, too big, but then again, you're a robot, right? I'm sure you're built to withstand it. Oh, by the way, which reminds me, you Do you hear about the new custom emotes for VRChat Plus? Sadly, I don't have VRC Plus, and it's like, yeah, it's not worth getting VRC Plus just for custom emotes. It's like, eesh. Do I really want to spend money just for custom emotes in VRChat? I'm thinking no. Oh, I like the black version. Actually, you know, I really like the black version. It adds some nice contrast with your skin. I'm kind of wondering whether all those are... I'm gonna hope that those are decals. Actually, hang on, I'm curious about something. Hang on a second. Are those materials or... I think they're decals. It's always fine. More... tomorrow stream? Oh, you're doing a VR chat stream tomorrow? Looking forward to it. Yeah, currently I'm streaming on YouTube and Kick. I kinda like moved mostly full-time to YouTube and Kick now. Might occasionally stream on Twitch every now and then, but don't really feel comfortable on Twitch anymore. Showing off. As long as you don't get banned or anything. I'm sure it should be fine. Just keep the sweat on and you should be fine. Extra thick. You got an early batch on VRC. That's it, no more VRC Plus. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never actually got VRC Plus except for one person who gifted it to me. Oh. Okay. Debbie wants to show me something and you guys can see it. Don't worry, I'll maybe like describe it to you. Oh, that's fine to show on stream, on YouTube and Kick at least. If you want to show, I leave it up to you. Up to me. Just a little bit teaser, so for you guys. Look at that ass. Okay, that's all you guys get. If you want to see more, make sure you check the VTuber stream tomorrow on Twitch. Twitch.tv/VTuber. Ramley Gamer, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Roost. Hope you enjoyed time. Welcome. Mommy, yeah, that's Derpy dude, Twitch streamer, good friend of mine. You can kind of still see the thickness in the Virgin Killer as well. I'm not nearly that thick though. This is all I have. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I'm not nearly as thick as the android mommy over there. I'm sorry, chat. But I hope my thickness is okay. Oh, look at Debbie being a little tease. Hey, mommy. Yeah. Mommy milk is. Even my girl avatar doesn't have milk is this huge. Why? Is there a problem, Chat? Do you want me to link their video? Here, go ahead. Link their piece. Twitch. You're not on Kick right now, right? I mean, not yet, right? Yeah, okay. So, here. Go ahead and grab their Pidu's link, Lucky, and post it in chat. Oh, excuse me. Oh, Black Mass session. The Black Mask version looks really dark. Almost can't tell there's a mask. Oh. Yeah, this is I don't know if this is just this world enhancing the blacks, but this looks really dark. Let me know if something goes wrong. Lucky if the link doesn't get posted. Should work. I don't have anything that removes links. And let me know. By the way, Derpy, do you buy any games from the Steam Summer Sale? I didn't really buy anything except the game that I'm going to be starting on Friday. That's kind of new game starting on Friday, but anything at all from the Summer Sale? None. Unfortunately, all of the main games I actually want are not available for PC. I still want Ghost of Tsushima, which is not available for PC. I want Final Fantasy 16, which is not available for PC. It's annoying. At least I know that Final Fantasy 16 will come to PC eventually, but Ghost of Tsushima, still waiting. Heartless. Oh, so that's what this is supposed to be. You know, I've actually been tempted to buy and play Kingdom Hearts. I played through Kingdom Hearts 1, but I didn't play 2 or 3. Was there a 4? No, it was only 2 and 3, right? Yeah, I never played 2 any of the others. But I'm like, I'm not sure if I should buy Kingdom Hearts 2 or 3 because in order for me to buy and play Kingdom Hearts 2, I have to buy Kingdom Hearts 1 again as a package. I can't buy number 2 separately, and then after that I need to buy 3, and I'm like, there's still technically so many games I need to play. Still need to finish Death Stranding. I still haven't finished Death Stranding. It's been so long. No, it's not letting you put the link. Oh, okay. That is strange. I turned off Hang on, let me see. Let me check my settings real quick. Security, chat settings, new. Show quick line. Oh wait, hang on. Okay, you should be able to post link now. Try again, Lucky. Let me know if it doesn't work. Apparently, there's a new setting that was implemented. I don't know when, but yeah, it's a new setting that got implemented. Let me know if it doesn't work. There we go. Yeah. New security setting. Yes. Oh, the bimbo lips. Yep, that's Derpy2. Remember to follow Derpy2 on Twitch, and she'll be showing more of this avatar on stream tomorrow. She's really nice. She's mute right now, but she's not a mute streamer. When she streams, she talks with a cute robot voice. And she mainly does desktop streams, kinda. Like you play a lot of Terraria. You've been playing a lot of Terraria lately. There she is. Yeah, a lot of Terraria lately. Occasionally does your chat streams. Wanna be your girlfriend? Who, me or Derpy? Unfortunately, Derpy's the mommy here. Actually, you know what? It's not. It's illegal. It's illegal for the guests to have bigger tits than the streamer. So let me switch. There we go. Now, okay. Technically, you still have bigger tits than me, but at least I have some tits too. Now, it's some, just a little bit. Yeah, Derpy is like the top for now. I can't beat this. Eventually, this avatar is going to have the hair toggle as well. Right now, she doesn't have it yet. She only has the ponytail, but she'll get it eventually. Oh, I'm tired. Hang on, I need more coffee. Where's my coffee? Do I have... How much coffee do I have left? Enough for one more sip of coffee. Everyone, grab your drinks. Do you have any drinks next to you, Derpy? Any water? Anything will do. None. Is everything okay? You're making some strange noises. Oh god, what the fuck was that? Everything good? Okay. Grab your drinks, everyone. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment chat. It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have, as long as you're here. Grab your drinks, everyone. Here's to a mainly successful avatar upgrade for me and for Derpy as well. Because from what I've seen so far, it's good. Yeah, everything's good. Going in 3, 2, 1. Green pie. Cheers, everyone.
Imagine me in full body.
Imagine, chat. Imagine. Derpy has lots of milk. Can you make milk? I'm not sure if that's a function that you have.
How do you think I hydrate my droplings?
Ah, okay. So yeah, these are certified milk tanks. Huge, gigantic milk tanks. So, how much milk do you think is contained in here, chat? Probably like a gallon of milk each. Oh, is that too much? I was always really bad at. Oh, I saw something. I saw something.
Oh yeah, one totally.
That's fine. I saw the little
What do you see?
Don't worry about it. Just
No,
a
you
little,
have to tell me.
just a little pop and don't worry about it. Hmm. Hang on.
What happened?
Don't worry about it. Maybe I'm just seeing things because I'm tired. Mm. Mm.
I can do this too. Blocking the view so no one can see and be like,
Yep. Can block the view so you can rip those clothes off and nobody will see. Ooh. Do you see what they want to see? Yeah, I'm probably seeing things, to be honest. I wouldn't put it past me. Like, you guys know how it is, Chad. I have a tendency to see things out of the corner of my eye. Like, multiple times I've seen. That's actually a real phenomenon, isn't it, Chan? The whole like you think you see something out of your corner of your eye. I don't know what it's called. I'm kind of curious. You know what it's called? I'm gonna look it up. Let me put this away. Alright.
Also, to answer your question, no, I cannot put my elbows together. I can't. Because they're literally right here. I cannot put them together.
It's fine, not. It's like, actually it's kind of hard, even if you don't have anything there. Kind of have to stretch my shoulders a little bit. Seeing something at the corner of your eye. Let me see.
If you sing too long, you need to stretch every single hour.
Yeah, I was technically sitting down for 4 hours just now working on avatars. Although I did get up to go to the washroom and stuff, but yeah. Hang on, let me look this up. What's it called when you see something out the corner of your eye? My true symptom is anxiety of seeing stars with my corner eyes. Doesn't exist. Oh, Derpy. Is it okay if I let another friend in here? Just wanted to check with you first.
Hello?
Is it okay if I let another friend in here?
Go ahead.
I think you know him. I think. Maybe. I'm not sure. Do you know Angelic Nicole? From Twitch, another streamer. Angelic Nicole.
Angelic Nicole. It sounds
Yes.
familiar.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you seen him around somewhere. Yeah, Angelic Nicole actually tried to request off me the other day, but I was in the middle of working on avatars again, so couldn't accept his invite request. What do you call it? Corner demon or something? Oh, there he is. Hang on, still
Hi.
loading. There you are. Hi.
Hi.
It's been
I can't hear what you're
ages.
saying, but it's okay.
What? Is my
Oh.
voice low? Is my voice okay?
No. I was there when Cass rated you. I've had your stream up the whole time. I just didn't have the volume at max.
Oh, okay. Oh, you are lurking
Hmm.
on Kick? I didn't know you were on Kick.
I don't have an account. I don't. So that's why I couldn't talk.
Oh, hi.
Good to see you. I
It's
was
good to see you too.
forever.
Yeah, this is Angelic Nicole.
Hi, everyone. Yeah,
This is actually the
here
person
you
who
go.
convinced me to start streaming.
Yeah, you always say that.
No, it's true. You were the. There's a chance I wouldn't have started streaming if you didn't convince me to start all those years ago.
I'm glad I did. You had a hell of a journey, but you're still going, and it's going well for you, I guess.
Still going. I'm banned from Twitch, but decided fuck Twitch. So
Hello.
yeah, that's therapy.
Hello.
Have you two met each other?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe a long time ago.
Maybe.
Maybe.
She's kind
Been
of.
around for 5 years. That's a lot of time.
She's quite unique, so it's hard to forget her if you've seen her once.
Oh, me or them?
Therapy. I don't think I know any other person who looks anything like this. I know that there's.
They seem kind of familiar, so maybe I've met them or seen them around once
I
or
know
twice.
that.
Might have seen me on Twitter, maybe.
Yeah. I know that there is Kimble, but Kimble is purple. So, well, therapy is usually white skin android. What? What? Your shell is white. What? What? It's not my fault. Look, your shell is white. Well, Kimball's purple. That's just how else am I supposed to describe you?
Their eye color.
Oh, yeah, she can mess with her eyes if she wants to. Oh, I noticed.
I'm having a party in my head. This is what it looks like.
Excuse me. Sorry. The other day you requested on me, but I couldn't accept your invite request because I was in the middle of. I was literally in the middle of working on avatars. So, yeah. Couldn't accept.
Don't worry about it. I'm used to people not accepting my requests anyway. It's fine, really.
Yeah.
Wow, you could take it off. I'm not gonna clarify. Okay, you're gonna let them see.
Yeah. Yeah, Chad has
Nice
already seen
eyes.
that. Don't worry, Chad. Don't worry. You're not missing any nakedness. Aside from face nakedness.
I mean,
Oh
I
my
can strip
god.
if you want.
Her face is exposed.
I'm kidding. I'm happy.
You know, I'm only noticing now. This is a Maya avatar. Isn't it?
Wow, you didn't know? It's originally a Maya face, yes. It's been sculpted. It's
Yeah,
custom.
yeah, you changed it so
Mm.
much that I didn't notice that this was a Maya.
Yes.
The only reason I know it's a Maya is because the hair.
avatar itself has been sculpted.
Mm.
Yeah. What hair? The twin
The Maya.
tails?
Yeah, the Maya hair specifically. This hair, this over here, this hair over here, that is
I could just have that.
You, Nico. You remind me of Cruella de Vil.
Well, no, I'm not like that. I'm not an evil witch.
this hair is unique to the Maya avatar. Only the Maya avatar has this hair.
Yeah. And this is what I usually use, so. This is typically what I have.
Aww. Cute.
I was getting a different hairstyle, but that's
Hang on a second. The fucking
lack of
YouTube,
communication.
stop playing my music again. God fucking damn it. I said loop it. God fucking damn it, YouTube.
Wow. You didn't know it was a Maya?
There we
That
go.
was so weird. I'm not full body.
The face is really
Wow.
different after,
Nice.
well, you modified the face a lot.
Let me see if I can, maybe I should take this off.
Hmm?
It's mostly fine. This is my safe model, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Probably.
This is what I was wearing when I did my reveal, so, you know, fancy shoes. I was in full body.
Aw.
I did my avatar reveal at the same time I revealed that I got index and full body.
Cute. I haven't been able to check in your stream
were
for a
there.
bit.
I think.
You mentioned that you had to stop stream for a while, but are you back to streaming? Because I know you were streaming like just last week.
Yeah, I streamed today. I'm trying to be around. Yeah, I stopped streaming. I wasn't around. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I went through hell for like 4 months. Yeah,
Aw.
I got in a very serious relationship on my end, and they led me on, and they told me all these things that I believed, and they didn't even break up with me. My friend, you know, Cutelius, found out that
Cutelius?
they gave me evidence that they were in a relationship with someone else.
I don't think I know
Neko
Cutelius.
VR. It's okay.
Neko VR. No, I don't.
Arinthia.
Okay, here's the thing.
Arinthia was the name.
There's a lot of people with
So
the name
Arinthia was
Neko
in
in
a
their names.
relationship with Neko VR, and like probably the whole time. I don't even know. So they were cheating on me the whole time. They lied about everything.
Oh.
Yeah, because I almost committed. I almost committed stuff, if you know what I mean.
Oh.
I don't want to say it on your stream.
That's
So
okay.
yeah, I came close a few times,
Mm.
but I didn't. I lived.
Mm.
So
Mm.
yeah.
I'm glad.
That was before I found out they were cheating on me, because I went through literal hell. And then after I found out, I literally just disconnected from reality, and that made me okay. Because I just lost it, so I didn't recover. I'm still not okay from it, but because I'm so disconnected, I guess it's like everything's easier.
Well, there is a certain
Relationships are
degree
tough.
of learning how to deal with things like that that involves just learning to be able to step back and be like, you know what, that person was a motherfucker.
It was my second relationship, and it was my first relationship in 11 years. So it really fucked me up, really bad. But you know, it's fine.
You'll get through it.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't
So-
trust people anymore. Don't worry
Well,
about it.
well,
You know,
it's-
it happens.
It is a good idea to to just keep a healthy amount of I would say skepticism. Skepticism.
I don't have anything healthy anymore. No, I really don't trust anyone. Like, they stole everything from me. I literally gave the person more than I had to give. I would scrape around, like, creating stuff from nothing, like trust and other feelings. That I literally gave them more than I had. and then they threw me away like nothing mattered. So it's like, don't worry about it, you know? It's whatever. Yeah. I got myself caught up in something else anyway. And I'm very busy.
Okay. Focusing on something constructive is a good way of dealing with such
It's not
things.
constructive.
Oh,
I'm
anything?
giving like half or more than half of my paycheck a week to someone to take care of them, basically, to make sure they're eating. That's what I started doing. I'm helping someone.
You know,
I'm
You
not
know-
gonna go into details about it,
you know,
but
taking
you know,
care
whatever.
of
Yeah,
a
if they're
friend
taking
can.
advantage of me and using me, I'm still doing a good deed. So whatever, because I have pure intentions. So yeah, potentially feeding someone. Cool. Anyway, stop it. No need to talk about my situation. How's things?
How's things with me? Well,
Both of ya.
Derby's gonna be doing a
Fine, thank you. I
full
am currently assessing
avatar
out
showcase.
the final things.
Gotta make sure everything works properly, but full showcase tomorrow on Derby's on stream on Twitch.
I see. Well, good luck. Hopefully it goes exceptionally well.
Thank you.
No
So
problem.
As for me, trying to get back into the habit of just streaming, cause doing all these avatar upgrades kind of disrupted my stream and habits and stuff. So I'm starting to get back into it. Today was a big step in getting back into it because it's like, you know what, I'm going to just stream, doesn't matter, just stream. Ish. And
I've had to do that.
And as part of today's stream, this avatar upgrade was completed. So,
Oh. Nice. Completed, huh?
yeah, well, about as good as I think I'm gonna get it for now. The thing that I added today was the ability to toggle hairstyles, which is something I've never done before, but
nice.
now I figured out hopefully the most optimized way to do it. It's technically it's me just trying to reduce how unoptimized toggling hairstyles is in general, but oh well.
Nice outfit. Yeah, the hair, let's see. You can probably feel that. So the hair moves, not bad. You got the bones in there. Ooh, even at the top. Nice. Good job. Okay. Well.
Oh, that's one hairstyle. This is the other one.
And you toggled another one. Okay. This one moves a lot too. Good job with that. Not in the back so much, but down here.
Yeah, it doesn't have bones
okay.
further up. It's all the bones are low.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that, really. You can change hair color, and that's actually helpful. You got 4 years, though, but I'm not gonna say anything.
It's not 4, it's 3.
Well, 3 years.
Yeah, it's 3, not
I
4.
Okay. I don't see any issues. Other than, the fact that it clips through stuff, but I'm a perfectionist. Technology doesn't exist. For
You
the
see
most part.
any
But you gotta chat at least.
particularly noticeable clipping anywhere?
No, just in your ears, but again, I'm OCD.
Your
I have
ear.
an
Which
exceptional
ear?
talent with attention to detail.
The Alfie or the cat ear?
The strands on here
Yeah?
go down and then come out through the back of your cat
Oh,
ear.
yeah, that's
And then one strand here goes through the front, which you're gonna have trouble with that.
yeah,
The
that's nothing I
outfit
can do
sticks
about
out,
it.
just the tip. Just the tip is fine. So,
Yeah, I was kind of looking at the strands of hair over here when I was working on it. I was like, yeah, you know what? There's nothing I can do about it. Although actually, maybe I'll fix that one strand, just this one strand, maybe. But oh well, that can be done later.
Okay. If you pay really close attention, you can see where the dynamic bones seemingly start to end. There's like a little line there, but people aren't gonna notice stuff. You're fine. No one cares.
Right, I'll probably just fix that one
There's not too many
strand.
people that are that, you know.
I care,
with
so
issues.
yeah.
On the other side, though,
I'll
I'm gonna go in front of you really quick. Your horn. Yeah, that was not as bad.
Yeah, I actually fixed the strands of hair, going through the horn a bit. I just didn't do it for the...
Oh, nice. Your hair actually moves on your shoulders. That's a really good, a nice effect.
I tried to
This
get
is
it
clipping,
to...
but you get it working.
Mostly working.
It's
It
not
still
gonna be
clips a little bit.
It's VR chat.
So yeah, the right
I've only
stream,
seen
avatar work,
one
why not both?
thing.
Yeah.
I've only ever seen one avatar work one time in all the years of being in VR chat. That was exceptional. And that was just someone went absolutely insane with cloth physics. And they did an incredible job with it. And they had a dress that they were showing off. And
yeah,
they were
cloth
showing off the
physics.
cloth physics and their dress and stuff. They were like lifting up their skirt, but they did it in a way that like everything just it was amazing. It was like too good for VR chat. I've never seen anyone ever pull anything off like that again though.
I have messed with cloth physics before, and I do know how to get it to work in a way in a way to make it look really good. But the problem is that it will crash people. Cloth physics is really expensive, so. Derpy, you're heading off? Or are you telling me to come to you? Oh, bye bye.
I think they're leaving.
Bye
right?
bye.
Well,
Bye,
take
Derpy.
care. It was nice to see you.
I'll see you again.
Yeah.
I'll hopefully be awake
Hopefully
to
I
see
you both
your
again soon.
your showcase stream tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be awake. It all depends on whether or not I'm
add you if
awake.
you want, but I don't see Anime Fan or you too often. I've seen them like once, but I mean, cutie. I called you Anime Fan.
Actually, hang on.
Yeah.
And wait, is that an L or an I? Hang on. And cell and Selm and
Which one are you reading? ANSELM
and Selm
WINTER.
and Selm and Selm Winter. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the roofs. Hope you enjoy time here.
And some winter.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that that's an L. Welcome.
Pronunciations, you know.
Oh god, I just realized that one of my controllers is battery wasn't charged probably, but oh well, it's fine. This is only going to be
One of your controllers.
yeah, well, this controller specifically has had problems with battery charge. The battery never charges properly, and
She like that too.
yeah, I that's fine. It's fine. I have a couple of workarounds to deal with it.
Mine's worse, so you'll manage. I only have one controller at the moment, and its battery doesn't like charging. So yeah, someone said I should make a cast for my arm. Because I only got one.
It'd be kind of cute, actually.
I don't have anyone to work on models. I commissioned someone like 6 or more months ago, but after they got in a relationship, their communication hasn't exactly been I mean, it's been 6 months, you know?
But
When I
you
disappeared for
commissioned
2
them
months, they were
and-
like, well, I didn't know
Right.
you were coming back or not, so I didn't do anything. It's like, oh, thanks.
What? Wait, you commissioned them and you paid them?
Yeah, they were, yeah, I paid them like $90 to do some work.
No, you need to chase after them if you paid
They
them.
were a really close friend. It's just, they ended up getting in a relationship and then now we didn't really ever talk, so. It's what
You need to-
happened, you know?
You need to.
It's whatever. They were just gonna give me like my new hair and they were gonna give me like my bodysuit from Synth Riders into VR chat and they gave me my Halloween outfit.
You
And
need
that's
to.
it, so.
You need to keep things clearly delineated between. You know. Okay, you can commission your friends for work, but once the money exchanges hand, you need to be able to switch to, okay, this is what I expect from you, blah 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 blah, and then they were like, okay.
They did this.
Hmm?
They're the one and only person that did everything with my model. With my
Huh?
OC, everything. Like they put the dress on, they sculpted the model, they did everything, all the work.
Mhm.
They're the only ones that did it. I mean, they did all this. It's just, I need to talk to them at some point. Don't worry about it.
Okay,
Eventually, I'll yeah.
Maybe I'm the wrong one to talk because there's technically someone I commissioned for a piece of artwork, but that was 2 years ago and they still haven't done
Oh
it.
my god. The fuck?
Yeah.
Are you serious? No.
Yeah, maybe I need to chase after them, but they were going through a rough patch apparently, and recently they did talk to me, so yeah.
Huh.
Should probably just ping them, see how they're doing. Yeah, you know what? I should
Did you
follow my
already
own.
pay for it?
Oh yeah, it was paid in advance. But you know what? I will. I will.
Yeah, I get it.
I'll ping them. Since they mentioned that they're coming back to streaming and working on art and stuff, so we'll see what happens.
The girl that did my emotes, well, she does emotes, but then she somehow ended up becoming a VTuber. So now she's even more busy. So it's like, you know, I don't know if I think she might still do commissions, but. There's nothing else. She's a really good person to hang out with.
I'm sure she is. Okay, I
You
think
probably know her, actually.
Hmm?
Oh, she changed her name to Hannah. She used to be known as Maeve. Yeah, Maeve.
Sounds.
She's decently known as
Sounds
an
like I've
artist.
heard the name Maeve before. Somewhere.
Yeah, Maeve. Yeah, she was pretty popular as a emo artist anyway. And then she kind of became really popular as a VTuber. So, like on top of it. And she changed her name to Hannah. She's like a brown-haired cat girl.
Maeve. I don't know Hannah,
Yeah,
but
Maeve.
Maeve.
Maeve, yeah.
Maybe I've heard the
I
name.
think I remember. I think you was it you?
I don't think
no,
so.
No. I know who. I remember. I know who introduced me to it. It was Blonde.
Yeah.
CPU Blonde was the one that rated her. Anyway, yeah, you probably know her. She
I
gets
might
around.
have either heard her name or seen her once or twice, but yeah, I don't really know her. Okay. I'm gonna end stream now. It's starting to get to the time for me to end stream, and I'm going to go and get some proper food. I had some biscuits earlier, but now I'm gonna go and get proper food, chat. Everyone, thanks for being here, whether you're looking or chatting. Hang on, let me. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna put you guys right over here. Yeah, thanks for being here,
Yeah,
whether
sure,
you're
sorry.
looking or chatting. I love you all. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see you guys next time, alright? Hit that like and subscribe button down below on YouTube if you enjoy my content, or hit the follow button on Kick. Every little bit helps, chat. And especially on YouTube, commenting and liking also really helps the algorithm. So yes, every little bit helps. Thanks again for being here, hopping by. You're going to what? Stream?
I said I was gonna strip.
Strip? Oh, okay. Let me just
Wait, you're not actually gonna...
turn this way.
Wait, I was kidding.
Okay, now you can
No, I
strip.
was kidding. I was gonna do it for stream, not for you. You're not allowed to do that, huh?
I'd rather not get banned on YouTube or anything. Or Kick.
Wait, that's YouTube?
Yeah, well, it's
Wait,
YouTube
I
and
thought you were on
Kick.
Kick.
YouTube and Kick.
Oh,
Multi-stream.
no. Okay.
It's fine.
I need
It's
to make
fine.
an account.
But yeah.
I need to find you on YouTube. I don't know how that works.
Thanks again, everyone. I would say today's avatar work was a success. I now need to transfer what we did on this avatar over to the girl avatar, but that's going to... I can do that, I think, fairly easily. Since you know we worked on this, it should be a lot easier to do it. So yeah. Bye everyone. Bye. Say goodbye, Neko. Bye.
Hi, if you want an ERP, hit me. I'm just kidding. Don't, please. But you all take care.
I mean,
Ask Cutie. They'll ERP with you.
I mean, this model is quite nice after all.
I mean, you
You do
know,
have
it's
some
a little
nice-
outdated, but sure.
You do have some nice titties. All you gotta do is just, you know, add some shadowing and it's really nice.
Or you could just switch models and take it all off.
Okay.
It's got DPS on the other model. Anyway.
Alright, good night, guys. Bye. See you again soon, alright? I will try my best to do Fansly this week.
Wow.
Try my best to do Fansly. Let me double check to see if anyone is on Kick whom I could host. Nope. Okay, no host today. Good night. Sweet dreams.